Yeah, I tried to get my stuff out of the way. Give me just a second. I need to get this music on. Get it down just a tad. Let me go in from my other phone. Hi, welcome in. Trying to get to use my other phone to get in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sorry about like everything on the table. Maybe I need to move that. Hey, Gabby. Hey, Katina. Yes, I made it, y'all. Excuse my table. This is how it normally looks. I'm trying to do like a landscape, so it's showing everything on the table. So it's looking a little busy to me. I'm trying to figure out. I want to move some stuff out the way, and then I'm knocking stuff down. So y'all excuse my table. It looks a little crazy. How are y'all doing today? Let's see. I need to move that. Trying to make it look sensible. Just move everything out the way. I might need to write down, but no, I'm not gonna need that. That's my stitch counters. Hey, Q Love. How are you doing? So y'all, what I have, I'm gonna be wearing two different gloves today because I can't find this one. So I'm gonna be wearing these, the Neo G ones, and my copper fit on the other hand because the copper fit snags the yarn. And so what I want to first start off doing is showing you the difference between like a 5 weight real quick. That's good. So this is the yarn. I'm going to be using these two today. This one is more so for, sorry, that's the tornado thing. That's good, Katina. This is the yarn I'm going to be using for demonstration today because it has multiple colors. So then I'll be able to, I'm hoping that the color contrast should meet up to where I can show how to do something without it looking like it's all one color. So that's why I chose this one. Other thing is I'm gonna be starting the baby blanket on this one. So this is the other big twist. And this is an actual 5 weight. So, you know, I keep saying that that is not a genuine 5 weight yarn on the big twist. This is the 5 weight that I'm used to. So that's what I was saying on that. So I just went through that whole spiel. Now I'm just gonna get started, and I'm gonna start with this one so that it can be more of a teaching yarn than the other one. So I hope I found the middle part of it. So we're gonna start off with how to thread the pin. So if you guys got your pin, that's the first step that you want to do. And this time I'm going to actually melt this on camera. I know I said I'd be melting my yarn. That one almost started a fire. Hey, Moisha. I'll be glad when this tornado alarm go off. It's a little annoying. Let me see if I cut up my TV song. I forgot that it goes on and off at 12. I'm trying to cut the TV up a tad. Sorry, y'all. And I mean, it's going for a minute. So hopefully it won't be going that long. No, I didn't finish the baby blanket. Also, I got the loom pin too. I didn't finish the baby blanket. It's actually sitting over there, right here. So I didn't finish it. This is the other Afghan loom that I have. I think it's finally over. So the first thing we're going to do is thread our pin. And when I go through the other yarn, that's what I'll be doing. That's what I'm going to use the loom pin, because I got the loom pin too. I wonder, can I bring this camera thing down just a little bit closer than what it is? Trying to get it as close as possible. Okay. I don't want to be so distracted about everything. So then the next thing we're going to do is thread in that end through the pin. And go ahead and close that up. So we have that threaded. So I'm going to show you guys how to make a slip knot if you want to. You don't have to make a slip knot, but I'm going to show you how to make one. It's pretty easy for me to do it that way. It's less confusing for the way I'm about to do it. I'm turning there because my arrow is right there. So this is the way you do a slip knot. You take this, I'm gonna try and make sure it's turned good. Take this, cross it over. And then you want to bring this up and wrap it around your finger. So now your finger should look like this. The arrow, I usually work from this. I usually work like this. So that's why I put my arrow right here. And then you pick up the first loop that you made on your hand. Oh, are you asking me that? It depends on how you like to work. There's no particular way of having the arrow. And so that's your slip knot right there, y'all. And so then I like to I'm going to put my slip knot. I'm going to try to hold it up to the camera as close as possible. I'm going to put my slip knot right here. And then you're going to tug on your actual working yarn to pull it up. And you can kind of pull that too. But I will not be looping on this because I hate accidentally making a tube. So I'm going to try and get this off of this peg as soon as possible. It's okay if you're not used to the pin. You basically do it whichever way that you prefer to do it. Okay, so another tip, when you start to go and start wrapping around, I do not let my pin feed from my yarn. I always pull from my yarn. to loosen it up so that I can make sure my tension is as consistent as possible. So I'm going to make sure that I always pull from the skin and not the pen pulling from the skin. That's a reason why people tend to not like the pen, because they say their tension still tends to be tight. So I don't let the pen pull from my skin. So the next thing we're going to do, and try to hold this up to the camera as best as I can, we are going to start wrapping our pegs counterclockwise, like we're making an incursive E. So we're going to go around them like this, like you're making an incursive E. And it's good with the pen because it's like we're writing. So you're basically writing your incursive E on your loom around all the pegs. Yeah, I'm just using a YouTube playlist for the YouTube music library, so that I don't get dinged for copyright, in case y'all are wondering. So that I also don't have to go back and re-record this video or edit or whatever. So we're just going all around the room. All around the loom in counterclockwise motion. Everything that you'll be doing is very repetitive. I hope y'all can see that. Let me know if y'all can't see that. Okay, so my yarn has gotten tight through the thing, so I'm going to set my pen right here so that it doesn't pop off. I'm going to set it as close to the peg that I just looped as possible. And there it goes. I need to be careful. I don't want any of it popping off. Let's try and set it on this side. Cool, that's good. I'm gonna pull some more yarn out of here. Set that right there. It's a little, let me let it go. Make sure my arm is out of the way. Uh-oh. This is always a little tricky for me in the beginning. It's trying not to get it to pop off in the beginning. But if you guys just saw that, what I do to keep it from completely popping off is to go ahead and pull it from where I'm at and then gather it. Yeah, this I'm going to show you guys how to keep that from happening. But in the beginning, it's harder to do that, because I don't have enough on the project to show it. But if they go to popping off, what you want to do is pull from your pin in the beginning. You're going to pull from your pin and pull your tension tight, and you're going to want to go to the area slowly where it popped off it. So I'm going to let mine pop off again so I can show y'all real quick. So I'm going to hold my hand right here. And basically what you want to do, I'm going to hold my arm right there. So you want to pull from where you're looping at. You want to pull your tension tight to keep your yarn from popping off the rest of your pegs. And you want to slowly travel with your yarn to keep it from popping off the rest of the loom. And then you can just continue going. So that's how to help in the beginning. To keep them from popping off in the beginning, you can just hold your yarn with tension and then follow the yarn back to the peg that didn't pop off. This is also the trickiest part because now I got to go back and get all of these to go down before my my yarn pops off. So now we're going to push all of our loops down. That's interesting. I might need to cut that down some more. That one a little bit too loud. That song came on with a vengeance. So I'm gonna this first row I have to hold down that last loop so that it doesn't pop off of my project. That's some good old soulful gospel music sound like. Okay, I got all of those down. So now I'm going to release my finger off of here very carefully by pulling through my pin like I did earlier to go back and wrap. Now when I go back and wrap, I'm not going to wrap the first peg. So when you go back and wrap around, you go to the second peg. That's how I do mine. You go to the second peg and start back wrapping again. Uh-oh. I accidentally wrapped two at a time. I'm going to lay that right there and pull from my skin. So whenever you guys start doing your lives, if you don't know, this is what you call a skin right here. If you're just starting out looming. You just got to push down. And if you guys need me to slow down, please let me know. I will be more than willing to. But we are now, we're going back around, and I think I'm still wrapping in counterclockwise. But with each stitching, it really doesn't matter which way you wrap as well. So if you decided to wrap in clockwise, it's not going to do anything to your loom to wrap in clockwise. So you can wrap counterclockwise or clockwise. It's not going to change it in any shape or form if you decide to wrap in clockwise motion. You just have to make sure your pegs, when you're wrapping, is your loops are still on the outside and not in the inside where you knit off it, where you drop your stitches in the middle of the loom. Okay, I'm gonna lay my pen down again because we need some more yarn and pull through there. And that should be enough right there to go ahead and make the rest of this around here. And when I end on the last peg, I will wrap the last peg as well. I'm wrapping slowly right here because I don't want to end up wrapping my my slip knot peg. No, it's just called an E-wrap. We're only single E-wrapping right now. You don't have to double E-wrap on this loom because the pegs are closer together. When you guys see me double E-wrap, it's because the loom pegs are wider, and so I'm basically trying to get a closer stitch. Oh, that's fine. Take your time. Okay, so you guys should have, minus this one that I just looped over, of course, but you guys should have 2 loops on all of your pegs except for this one and this one, because this is my slip knot peg that I will not be using for this project. So this one is the only one that should not have 2 loops on it, and this one. Matter of fact, when I go back around, I'm going to make sure I take this slip knot peg off so that I don't get confused and accidentally wrap it. Yeah, they are definitely closer than the round ones. Now, that's another thing. This is why people like the KB brand. So I'm going to show you I'm going to show you my looms. So this one is KB brand, and if you notice, it's closer together. This is the other loom that I have, and then because I got 3 different brands of brown ones. So this one, I don't like the baby blue one. I hate this one. I mean, no harm at all, but I hate the baby blue one. This one is a Walmart brand. It actually didn't say any type of brand except for it just, I think it said knitting loom or round loom on the box, and that's it. It didn't have a brand name or anything. It just called it what it was. So this is the loom I do not like, but the pegs are closer together, but these also have hooks on them. So this is the one I got from Walmart. So if you're interested in getting the one from Walmart that looks like this, be very careful. And the only reason why I say that is because I don't like it because the pegs are too short. They make it longer to work with when the pegs are shorter. This is the one where the pegs are wide. So I always have to double E stitch, or you have to work with 5-weight yarn. So if you want to do different stitches on this one, you can only do different stitches with 5-weight and 6-weight yarn. Other than that, if you want to use 4-weight on here, you would have to double E-stitch. But you can only, from my understanding, you can only double E-stitch. Like a double a E-stitch. I don't think you can double any more stitches. Yeah, it does. That's what I was thinking. I was like, wow, this looks like a crochet hook. Okay, so which brings me to my favorite one. This one is much like the Afghan loom that I'm working on because it is KB brand. So if you notice, the pegs are longer than the baby blue one that I just showed you. And the pegs are very similar to the one that's on the Afghan loom. So you can use, if I'm not mistaken, you can use 3 weights and 4-weight yarn on this loom. And you don't have to double E-stitch unless you just prefer to. So this is the reason why most people buy KB brand. So if you wanted to get into any more looming, and 4-weight is usually in very good variety of colors and everything, it's best to get KB brand if you only want to have to work with 4-weight yarn. Because you can make blankets with 4-weight and everything. And if you decide you want the blanket to be thicker, you can always make it into a tube and then close it up to make it thicker. So I'm going to show you like a project that I did where because I used the KB brand, the stitches ended up being closer. If this would have been on like a wider peg loom, the stitches you would have been able to see a lot of the stitches in the middle part. Okay, Katina. I think you can. It may be a little bit difficult, and that's only because I had a friend who does hers with a thicker weighted yarn. I've seen several people do it, and it can be done, but they say it's just slightly more difficult to do, but definitely can be done. So another thing, I'm trying to make sure I cover a couple of things while Katina is trying to catch up. Do you guys have any more questions that I can cover while she's trying to catch up? Yeah, you can I think go for it. Blanket yarn, go for it. Um it depends on you about the pen. Um Do you have a clicking pen that you're using, or you're just using like a most of the pens that I have, because I have multiple ones and I don't have an issue with all of them. I can't find I got 2 different kinds. So as long as they're clicking pens, they'll be wide enough for to work with. Also, when I go to 6-weight yarn, I usually remove this part off of here. So if you're concerned about 6-weight yarn and trying to thread it through here, I don't even go through that. I just go ahead and take this part off and work through the pen like this when I'm knitting. Okay, gotcha. That's kind of good though. I think it being fat is good. I think that's a good thing. And listen, you're trying to get a little bit control on your attention. That'll be the only reason why I would think. I'm trying to find my big. I think I got a big too, or something similar to a big, but I don't. I have no idea where it is right now. It might be in this bag I have. Yeah. No. But I'm gonna show you guys two more pens that I have that may be close to a big. So this one may be close to a big. So I use these as well too. And I got about 5, probably more than that, hollowed out pens. So I use a different variety of pens. Shoot, there's number 6. So I got about 6 hollowed out pens that this is all okay. So this is not only good for multiple projects, but if you're changing colors on your projects, someone told me on TikTok that instead of, because I don't like changing colors, so every color that I'm going to put on one project, I use a pen for. So I got about 7 pens, y'all, to work with. So if I decide to do a project where I do 7 different colors, I'm going to already thread out all of those colors so it won't be so difficult to keep having to rethread my colors. But I'm going to go ahead and start back on the loom, because what I'm finna do is 196 pegs, and so it's just gonna be repetitive. So hopefully Katina makes it back by the time I get to the end of this. Okay, so then after that, you just take your bottom peg and loop it over your top one. So that's all we're going to do right now, is just take our bottom peg. If you guys have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask them, even if I've answered them before. If I didn't say it clearly, because I do have issues with saying stuff clearly sometimes, and I tend to go all over the world. So if I didn't state something clearly, please ask it again, and I will do my best to clarify. So I don't mind questions being asked more than once. And you handle your loom the way you want to. Just this loom, you have to be very careful with the pegs, because they are a little more just slightly flexed, so you can possibly break them easily. That, for me, I think that is too, because I've seen someone use a straw too, and me preferably, I feel like if I wanted to do a straw, I can just take the end off of my pins and make them into a straw, to be honest. But I have too many pin options to like do the straw, because they were talking about they do the straw because it's more feasible. They can cut it down and do multiple ones, but I have so many pins that I don't really have that issue. With needing more. So if I decided to like have 7 pins on the project just for color changing, I got like 3 to 5 more pins that I can do a whole nother project with. So I'm in a little excess of pens. And I'm pretty sure you could probably find some pens that ran out of ink and recycle those too. So y'all, I'm missing my music. These random songs on here, all of them are not really hidden worth of nothing compared to what we normally listen to. And if you're interested in this yarn, this is a 4-weight baby blanket yarn, and it is called foliage. So if you're interested in this color, it's more like a outdoorsy pond-ish. Maybe if you wanted to, you can like put some iron on things on it, like some frogs and stuff like that, and birds. Okay. I just started back doing this, so you haven't missed a lot. I talked about other stuff. I think you kind of left around the time where I was talking about the different looms. So I don't think you missed a whole lot. We've been discussing pins. Um, but right now, all I'm doing is looping the bottom loop, the bottom E-stitch over the top one. Yeah, I'll be doing that with the big twist. So when I get this one on here, I'm gonna be doing my big twist with the baby blanket. So it will be a smaller one. Unless you're talking about specifically like a hat or something. I might want to use that other yarn to do a smaller project. I'm going to use the 5-weight yarn to do the smaller project, because I'm not going to take this one off. Now you should have, when you get to the end, you should have one peg with only one loop on it and then you can remove your slip knot. So you should have only one peg without anything on it. But that's also your choice. So if you decide to have two pegs without, it just makes it even easier for you not to end up accidentally making a tube. So that's on you. That's up to you if you want to have two pegs with nothing on it. So if you ended up with two pegs with nothing on it, don't worry about it. It's fine. But you want to, for me, I'm going to end up with one peg with nothing on it when I take the slip knot off. And then I'll end up with one peg that only has one loop on it. But if y'all need me to slow down some, just let me know. You know, I call myself going slow, but I done got so used to this loom that I go too fast. Kula, where about you at? Okay, so I'm gonna hold this up to the camera just to show you guys. So when I got to this area, because I'm not finished, so this is my last peg to loop over, and this peg will not have an extra loop on it. So I'm gonna go ahead and loop that on there. And then I can pull this off now because my stuff is pretty secure. And when you pull that off of there, this is the great thing about Slipknot. Okay, I got you. That was me. I used to do that quite a bit because I have to remember, oh, my peg needs to go, my loops need to go a certain direction. And I'll be halfway through the loom before I realize, oh, they're wrapped the wrong way. So it took a little time to get used to. Hey, little mama, how you doing? Okay, y'all. So this is the reason why you slip knot, because you can just pull this. So now my knot is out of it. And now I'm gonna go ahead and go around and push all of my oh, okay. Sorry. So I'm gonna go around and push all of my pegs down. So if you are new to garter stitch, if you're new to garter stitch, this is where it gets tricky. This is where you need a pen and paper as well. So if you're working along with me, you need a pen and paper for your garter stitch. And y'all, when I first started working on my loom, it took me 20 minutes to get the hang of the first row. So I totally understand. So don't rush. I can stop and take some time to let you catch up for a little bit. If you guys need me to explain anything else, let me know. I'm trying to give you guys a little bit more time to catch up. So if you guys need me to explain anything right now while we're hanging out, just let me know. So at this point, if you are working with me, you should be around the time of having your pegs. You should have your first E-stitch completed. I'm grooving a little bit too much to this music that is nothing. So when I first started, I'm gonna try and ignore these things I already wrote on the back of this. Let me scribble that in. That was when I was making my baby booty. Okay. I guess maybe I can explain some of the the stitches that I use. Most of y'all probably already know this, but U-stitches. The U-stitches, if you're wanting to do U-stitch, that is your tightest stitch. Maybe besides like a it's in this book. Besides your no, it is hold on. Okay, so the stitches I know so far, which is listed in this book, is the E-wrap stitch, what I just got through doing. The knit stitch is what we're going to, no, we're going to go the purl stitch and the E-wrap stitch. But there's the knit stitch, the purl stitch, and the U-stitch. And then the flat stitch. So the U-stitch and the flat stitch are your tightest stitches. So if you want to like make a project where you want like the sleeve or the wrist to be tighter, you'll do like the U-stitch in like the wrist area. They don't have the figure 8 in this book. The figure 8 is the even looser one. So you guys have any questions? If not, I'm going to go ahead and start the purl stitch. Okay. So this is where it gets a little tricky. So when I go back, I'm supposed to have had all my loops up. Matter of fact, if you're doing a purl stitch, leave your loops up. My bad. Okay, awesome. So if you're doing the purl stitch, leave your loops up. You want your loops to be up. My bad, y'all. I get so used to pushing them down that I forgot that I like to leave my loops up when I'm doing the purl stitch. Oh, good. Q Love, are you caught up? Okay, so when you are purl stitching, let me put that back down there before I get in the way. When you are purl stitching, some people find it easier. I accidentally left 2 pegs open by accident. I don't even know how that happened. I think this one was supposed to be looped too. Let me just go back and loop that over. That'll be no issue. I just go back and loop it over and add it in there. I don't even know how that happened, y'all. That is really crazy. I'm over here tripping. Let me add that in the loop. I know what happened. I pulled that slip knot off and I just loosened it up by accident. That's what happened. Okay, so if you are purling, some people find it easier to put a marker on here because you will always purl this direction. So when you go around your loom, you will purl this direction all the way to the end. When you go back to knit one row, you will always knit this direction. So you purl always going this direction, and then you always E-stitch going back the other direction. So some people find it easier to go ahead and mark this off as my purl row when I go this direction and my knit row when I go this direction. But I don't do that. I just make sure I keep up with my numbers. If you want to do it with like a permanent marker, you can always get it off with alcohol. Alcohol will get it off your loom if you decide to do it with a permanent marker. Some people do it with paint. There are also stitch markers. So I got some of these in here. So KB looms also come with stitch markers because they don't have this peg right here. Awesome. Hi, Catherine. Since KB doesn't have these pegs right here, they usually send stitch markers. So basically what you want to do, what I could have did in the beginning, is take my stitch markers and put one on the side where I was going to purl and put orange on the other side where I was going to E-stitch. So you can do that now if you want to. Just take it off the peg very slowly and put your stitch markers down so that you don't accidentally do an E-stitch when you mean to do a purl stitch. And then you can write it on a sheet of paper saying pearl is blue, and E-stitch is orange. But I've been doing my garter stitch for so long that I got used to which area that I'm gonna end up purling. So I count this first row as my knit one row. So this is already my first row on here. So now we're gonna purl. You do not, some people do it, but I don't do it. You do not purl your first or your last peg. So you will not put a purl stitch on your first or your last peg. We're going to take our hook and we're going to go down through the top of our E-stitch and grab the working yarn on the bottom. Pull it off of the peg and tug on our working yarn. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have to repeat this anyway, multiple steps. So I'm gonna, if you guys didn't get to see that, I'm gonna try to hold it up to the I don't know why. That's just the way some people do it. They don't purl the first and last. And I've had no issues with it, so I just stick to what I learned. But I've been told that some people purl all the way and some people skip the first and the last peg. So I don't know. But I'm going to hold it up closer to the camera. And I'm trying to make sure it's really in the camera good. Okay. So you're going to take your hook, go down inside of the top loop. And you're going to push it down and grab your working yarn. You're going to pull that off. So remember, my yarn was blue. The E-stitch was blue. So this is my working yarn and my E-stitch is blue. So I'm going to pull that totally off of the peg, pull my blue off the peg, make my working yarn my new stitch. And we're going to tug this. I got to do mine carefully because it's acting like it don't want to stay on. We're going to tug this, and that is your new stitch. So that's your purl stitch. Your purl stitch is becoming your new stitch. I'm going to show it up close on the camera every time. So just in case you guys did not catch on, I will keep the loom as close to the camera as I can have it. So go down through. Take your hook down through the loop. Grab your working yarn. Uh-oh. I almost lost the stitch that time. And pull it through. Put the green one back on. And tug your working yarn to create your new loop. Put my working yarn back under. Take my hook down through. Press down on the working yarn. And pull it through. Take my blue E-stitch off. Put my new pearl green stitch on and tug it so that it will create a new stitch on the peg. I sometimes have an issue with trying to keep it on there. maybe if I set this back here over this way, that'll probably help a little bit. So grab, go under your E-stitch, grab your working yarn, pull it through, take your blue off, put your green on, tug. Go down through your blue E-stitch, grab your working yarn, pull your purl stitch through, take your blue E-stitch off, and tug on your working yarn. But yeah, it's going to be the same thing throughout the whole thing, all the way down to the next to last peg if you choose to do so. If you decide to do the last peg, so you'll work out. Yeah. But yeah, that's the crazy thing about it is this is gonna take me, if I decide to continue on with this blanket, this row alone takes me 6 hours to do 6 garter stitches, because you combine an E-stitch and purl. So you knit one row of E-stitch and then you purl one row. And it's mainly the purling row because you have to make sure you go through and do the same thing on each one of them 196 times. And then you got to make sure you don't miss one because you're doing each one individually. And so this is where I really have to slow down and pay close attention to the project. So that's why it takes me, like, I think I may have gotten it down to 4 hours, but I just would rather comfortably say, because I know it took me 6 hours to do it the first time. So I just say it comfortably. It takes 6 hours to do this row. So if you want to, you can go ahead and write down on your paper that you already have your knit one row. But I never write my rows down until I completely finish with a row. But I'm going to go ahead and write that I'm going to have my K and put 1. And this is going to be my purl. So once I finish with my purl, I won't write that down until I finish with it. You can purl anywhere between 5 and I think they were saying 5 and 15 purls if you choose to. I just I'm comfortable with doing 6. I think that's a good number for me. I won't do any more than 6 because it's already complex to, well, not really complex, but it's just time consuming to do. So this is about enough patience that I can handle with doing the purl stitch. Trying to get this back over. So again, we are going down through our loop. Now we have like a dark green E-stitch, and we are going down through the dark green E-stitch and pulling our lighter green purl stitch through it and tugging. Go down through your dark green E-stitch, Grab your working yarn of light green. Take your green each stitch off. Put your new purl stitch down and tug. Go down through your dark green. Pull your new light green stitch through. Take your dark green off. Put your new purl stitch on and tug. Uh-oh. Right, that's correct. Just tight enough so that the yarn doesn't pop back off of the loom. U stitches are harder for me because you pull, it's just saying any amount of tension on a U stitch when you're working with it. If you pull it any amount of tension, it seems like it gets tight regardless. So I'm still working on U stitches. Yeah, I think what's gonna happen, because I know I keep saying I'm gonna do the baby socks. What is gonna happen is I'm just gonna e-stitch all the baby socks and do a giveaway with that. E-stitch it into a tube and then turn it into a sock. I think that's gonna be the best way to get it done. Because I really want to do that giveaway. I probably should have put the baby blanket. Nah, because I'm gonna end up making a really small project with the 5-weight yarn. Oh, yeah. Me too. I still do it. With this stitch, I often almost lose a whole one. So yeah. This one drives me really nuts from time to time. When I first started doing the pearl stitch, I dropped a lot of stitches. So I dropped like 3 or 4 in one row. And so that's why it took me even longer, because I had to sit there and try to figure out how to fix those stitches that I had dropped. I didn't take all my stitches off the peg. I just went through and fixed them while they were in any area. That's good. But yeah, I refused to go back and do a whole nother pearl row. So I just sat there and figured out how to fix the pearl stitch. Now, if you were to ask me today, how did I do that? I really don't remember. It was just all out of determination in the moment. Yeah, it was crazy. I'm gonna have to start putting this over here some now, because I need that to hang the right way. But yeah, after I finish this row, y'all, and show y'all one more E-stitch, I'm going to move on from this. But this is basically what you're wanting to do, is do that repetitively. And the reason why I'm going to show you guys one more E-stitch is because I'm going to show you how to get the last peg in there. So you're going to include the first and last peg in your E-stitch row on the way back around. Let me try to get that through there. Yeah, so my bad, y'all. I don't remember how I fixed them, but it was more so out of determination. I can't even begin to remember, and I just pray that I never have to go through that again. I'm gonna try and go ahead and get this one on here so I can go ahead and get to that last peg, so I can show you guys a smaller project on the other loom. Uh-oh. Next thing you know, we'll be sitting down here for 3 hours and don't even realize it, because this one takes so long. This another reason why I don't like doing I don't do garter stitch on live, because you'll be people lose interest, because you'll be sitting there making me watching me make 6 rows for 6 hours. So that's the reason why I try to do my garter stitches not on live. So if you guys are planning on going live with your looms, I would highly recommend to not do that, not do your garter stitch on live because it takes a long time. Now they ask specifically for a garter stitch, then maybe yeah, but other than that, I avoid garter stitch on my lives. Cause y'all see it's already like 1 o'clock now, and technically, in technicality, I'm only on the first row of garter stitch. I haven't even made it to the second row, and I've already been on here about an hour. The dog in there shaking all his hair off. Yeah. I'm gonna end up, when I take this yarn back off of this loom, I'm gonna end up making it into a baby blanket. I think it'll be a little cute baby blanket. Yes, a knit row and a purl row equals 1 row of garter. Now this is Karan Jumbo. I hope I'm Karen Jumbo Yarn Inspirations. And it's called Foliage. So it has like a little blue and different shades of green. It reminds me of like a pond. Oh, no problem. Yeah, it reminds me of a pond. So I think I'm gonna get some. Y'all give me just a minute. I'm trying to find that bag I had at Walmart so I can show y'all something real quick. This is what I bought at Walmart that I wasn't supposed to have bought. So what I'm going to do is I have these little patches. These are iron-on patches. And what I'm going to do is basically, hopefully, this one might work on there, but maybe a frog or something. Take those and iron it onto my blankets. I think these would be really cute to iron onto some blankets. And maybe I'll put this one on that one over there. The one that's on the loom now. Iron that one on there. I think that'd be really cute. But I don't know yet because it might need to be a little bit bigger. So I've been looking at some patches to iron on to my projects. I found these at Walmart. So they'll go perfectly on some hats. Sorry about that. I don't know why they did that. They'll go perfectly on some hats. Because the hats will be smaller projects. But yeah. So maybe I need to find me a big frog or something to iron on. I'm really trying to get past the frustration. I get very frustrated having to do the garter stitch. But this is what you do to keep your project from curling. Other than that, several people tell me to wash them to keep it to block it. So it's really up to you what you prefer. I prefer the garter stitch because I feel like if I wash it, I feel like it can still do some curling. So I don't know. I got trust issues, guys. Or ladies, and I have trust issues, so I'd rather just do garter stitch than to go through that. Uh-oh. I'm gonna act like it didn't want to stay. I'm just gonna go ahead and lay it down now to get in this corner. I am halfway done. It's crazy. Somebody was telling me it took them 10 minutes to do this on live. And I was like, I don't see what you're talking about. I still ain't figured that one out. And it's nothing against them, but it's just like I don't see how someone can finish this in 10 minutes. I mean finish a row in 10 minutes. I don't know. I don't remember if she was saying a row in 10 minutes or yeah, a row in 10 minutes. But I can't do a row in 10 minutes. But I sure can do it E-stitch in 8. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand that one. I don't know how you can do a pearl stitch in 10 minutes. Like, and she said on this loom. So I don't know. I just can't do it. I don't think I would ever get that fast. Time for me to pull some more yarn. Y'all thought I was gonna bring my I kept talking about my heating pad yesterday, and it wouldn't even plug into the surge protector. I might have to end up putting my I can't think of what to call it right now. My cardigan on. I'm in the home stretch. I'll move this pen over here. Okay, so when I get to this next garter stitch row, when I start off the E-stitch, I'm not going to completely put my E-stitch on there. And that's because I might be a little bit ahead of you guys, just in case you want me to show you how to start it off again. So I'm just going to show you how to start it off, and then I'm going to take it a loose. So when you guys get to that point with your E-stitch, I'll be able to go back and show you. That's only because this is like my third time doing this. You should have seen me when I first started it. I was so annoyed. It was ridiculous how many times I dropped a stitch. And so that wasn't like when I was saying that I dropped like 3 or 4 stitches in like one row, that wasn't like the only time that I did it. So I dropped a couple of stitches in other rows too. I think next live I won't do I won't do this music. At this point it's just there. Because to be honest, you guys could, listen to like your own favorite music at home, and I'll just play nothing because this music is driving me a little nuts. And I think this comes from like the YouTube media for music, like your music that you can use for free. It's what I think. That's all he did was compile them all together.
I can't hear nothing that long.
Because you done broke them?
It works on the computer, so it just don't work on the game.
Uh-huh. I can't help you.
I know, that's why I'm getting them back.
And what? So you gonna after you done damaged them, you want to give them back to me?
I ain't damaged them. No, it just don't work on the game. It work on everything else.
Okay.
So
why are you bringing them back to me?
Because if I can't play with them, then if I can't hear nothing that long, then I can't play with them.
All right. Yes, please, y'all. Give me a thumbs up when I get done. That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Moesha. Uh-oh. That one act like it went in backwards or something. Then my son always has to be heard. I think I hold on, something is off. My son coming in here talking to me about them headphones. It looks off. It's on the wrong side. My stitch ended up being on the wrong side. But so when you are fixing a stitch with a purl stitch, you got to take everything off. Because your purl stitch is going to be in the back of your stitch. So you got to take everything off and pull it through slowly. And then put your E-stitch back on and redo your purl stitch. I'm almost done. So this next project, when I get that on the loom, I'm just going to do I'm going to use the looming pen for that. Come on, stay. Trying to move that out the way. Need some more yarn. So, me and my husband was talking the other day about, I don't know how we got on the conversation, but we were talking about you guys being my friends, my TikTok friends, and whatever. So Ian says, y'all are his friends too, because he constantly comes in and interrupts my video. So he's gotten to speak and say hi or whatever. So he's like, they're my friends too. I'm sorry, Moesha. That's crazy. But he always has to come in here and say something and be heard on the camera. Well, not all the time, but he does it often. Maybe he'll get here Monday. You know, I said I still got you. Oh. I will. But yeah, he is something else. That's who came in here talking about. He brought me some headphones. Talking about the headphones are not working. He tore up another headphones, to be honest. That's like his but it seems like his sixth pair in like 3 weeks, maybe. I gonna give him a month. I'll be generous and say a month. I just lent him my headphones yesterday, and I told him to be very careful with them, and he tore them up. Cause now he said he can't hear out of them on the game. But y'all just he has ADHD, so so he just tore my headphones that I had for several weeks now. And he had got new headphones when I got new headphones. And I keep having to replace mine because he tears his up and then he asks to borrow mine. And the only reason why I'm giving them to him is because he does really well academically. So, and he's a very enthusiastic child, so. Oh, okay. Well, he was using them yesterday. He used them yesterday and they were working fine. And when I walked through there, he was talking on them. So they were working when I walked through there around 11 or 12 o'clock today. But now he says they're not working on the game, but they're working on the computer. So I don't know. I'll figure it out once I get off live. Really have his dad figure it out, to be honest. Okay, so y'all, I've made it to the end of my row. The next to last peg is the end of my purl row. Yeah, like he goes through 'em like it's water. Okay, so now you can push down all of your pegs because we are finished. It's going to be looser to push down your pegs when it comes to purl. Okay, so here is something different. When you go back to start your E-stitch, you are going to try to hold it up as close as I can. And make sure it's in the camera. Because I'm looking for my other account as usual. So you are going to take this one back here. You're going to take it in behind your last peg, wrap it around, going clockwise, and then go behind your next to last peg and wrap it counterclockwise. So you're going to be doing a figure 8 between your last peg and your next to last peg. And then you'll continue wrapping each stitch on the rest of them. And then you'll pull all the stitches up. So you'll have, on this next E-stitch row, you will have two stitches on every peg. So if you guys need me to show you that again, I will not be knitting off on this row right now because you may be behind me. So I'm just going to take mine back off. And so when you're ready for me to show you that again, when you get to yours, it'll be readily available. No, it's not U-stitch. It's just that it doesn't have, I don't really know how to explain that, but it almost looks like U-stitch, but it's not. It could possibly be, I don't know. You ready for me to show you now, or you want me to wait till you get done? I'll try. But if you're ready for me to show you now, I could go ahead and show you. But if not, it's still there, so I can come back to it. So I didn't put it on there just for that reason. Okay. So what you're gonna do is don't put a purl stitch on your last peg. What you're gonna do is, now I'm trying to make sure it's in the camera first before I do this. Because I'm looking at it from another account, so I'm trying to make sure I can see it myself. So you're going to take your yarn, your working yarn, and go in behind your last peg. And you're going to wrap your last peg, let me make sure, counterclockwise. I'm sorry, y'all. You're going to wrap your last peg counterclockwise, then go in behind your next to last peg and wrap it clockwise. So I'm going to do that again. You're going to go in behind your last peg and wrap it counterclockwise, and then go to your next to last peg and wrap it clockwise. And then you're going to continue your E-stitches clockwise. And so you should have something that looks like a figure 8 stitch on your last two pegs. So if you need me to show you that again, please don't hesitate to ask me. And I'm not going to knit these off. And basically when I keep saying knit off, I'm not going to pull the peg from the bottom over the top one just yet, just to make sure that everyone gets it at whatever point they are. Awesome. So if you're at a different point, don't worry. I'm not going to knit this off. I'm going to put it to the side and we're going to start our shorter project. So I'm going to stack that one up over there. Hopefully it doesn't slide like it wants to. And we're going to pull out our other Afghan. I said I was going to have both of them open. All right, so this is our other one. Trying to get the boxes out the way. Let me sit it over here so they'll stop sliding all across the floor. Okay, so whatever. We're going to use this one, and I'm going to open up the looming pen so you can get an idea of how the looming pen works without me dropping it all over the table. Okay, so the looming pen has this. This is the stitch controller. So that's where you get your attention control on this one. And this is the, if I can get it out of here. Uh-oh. This is how you thread. Unfortunately, when I started knitting, I didn't know to work from the middle and that all yarns have a middle. So this is kind of how this happened. I'm going to try and unwrap it as much as I can to get this started. Okay, so I figured I will attempt a small hat, and we'll see how that goes. So to work on this one, we want to hook. We're hooking this into our 5-weight yarn. So it's hooked in there. And you can just drop this down through here and pull any weight yarn through there. Well, I don't know about 6, but the 5 goes through there easily. I got to make sure I keep up with this pen thing. I need to check my battery too. I'm at 54. I think I'm going to go ahead and put it on the charger. As soon as I find my little base thing, I lost the charger. I was moving everything, and I might have put it down here. I moved so much stuff. There it is. Let me put my charger on there, y'all. Oh, so before I continue on, because I forget, if you're still working on your knit one, purl one, you should have this on your paper. Okay, so you should have, what is this doing? You should have your knit 1 row, purl 1 row completed, which is going to equal 1 garter stitch. So you only have 1 garter stitch done. You got to do 6 more of these. to have a complete garter stitch. Okay, so we're gonna go and do, we can pretty much put this anywhere, to be honest. I'm gonna just stick my slip knot anywhere on the loom because it doesn't really matter where it goes, to be honest. Yes, 2 sets, 6 times. I forgot this yarn was like white. So hopefully y'all can see this. But you always want to turn your stitch should be on the outside. I think I need, I'm going to say I need about 24 pegs. I think that's what I'm going to work through. Now, I might not have enough, a big of a crochet hook. You need a crochet hook for that too. You need a crochet hook to do a smaller project. Uh-oh. So what we're going to do, the key is to make a flat panel. To make your project. So I'm going to use about 20 something. Let me see how many on here. So that's 31. Okay, I got you, Katina. Have a good rest of your day. So I'm going to go around here for, I think there was, I forgot how many pegs I just counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think it's 32. So I'm just going to E-wrap everything. I don't really like the tension thing. I'm not going to have mine on the tension thing. And it probably would have been best for me to have some waste yarn, but I didn't think about it. Oh, no problem at all. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, I did 32 by accident, so I was right in the right area. That's awesome. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a flat panel. So we're gonna go right back around, skip the first peg like I usually do. And I wrapped the wrong way, y'all. I wrapped the wrong way. Now I gotta recount my pegs. I think this was 32 right here. 32 right here. Yeah, me either. So I took mine out of it. I took mine out of the tension area. I don't like that. I'm probably gonna have to figure out how to take that off of there because it's kind of in the way to me. I'm not trying to break anything. I'm gonna set that right there. And now we're just gonna go in and my first couple of ones are tight. And that was when I was using the tension thing, I think. I'm gonna have to be very careful in this area. And all I'm gonna do is E-stitch, y'all. This is 5 weight. I'm not gonna do anything special. I think it'll be quicker for me to do an E-stitch to show this. And so what I'm gonna make like a really small hat. I might try and put a brim on here just to show you that you can do that too. Not knitting the first peg, going to the second one. This yarn snagging a little bit too. My tension is kind of tight. You can tell I'm not used to this. I'm trying to make sure this yarn is as loose as I can get it. And it might be because of the weight of yarn. So I'm going to be very careful. And it's too late for me to go back and switch. But I'm not finna redo all that. Okay, so far me and this looming pen is not getting along. I don't know if it's the yarn or the looming pen, but this stuff is tough. It's giving me a workout. My slip knot is a part of my project, so there's no need for me to take it off. You can choose that too. You can make your slip knot part of your project so you won't have to remove it. Yeah, I don't like the looming pen at all. I don't think I'm gonna like that. Our project is really tight. Gonna have to be really careful. This is really tight. It'd probably be really good for 4s. Probably not so much for 5s. Um, if you want to make the brim to keep it from curling, I think that's a good idea. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I actually really don't think it would be. If you're using 4-weight yarn, it probably won't be that big of a headache. You just got to put it on a lot of pegs, but I think that'd be pretty cool. I gotta figure out how to loosen this tension with this. This is really gonna drive me nuts. Cause there's no way my tension should be this tight. I'm really trying to not have it so tight. I might have to end up guiding it. I don't know. The tension on this pen is very tight. I'm not used to that. Maybe if I kind of go back and forth like this, that'll loosen it up some. Uh-oh. Dropped my yarn on the floor. I'm gonna drop my book. Well, book fell. Oh man. Oh, that hurt. I was trying to keep that book from falling. This should not be taking me this long. That looming pen is something else. And I'm really trying not to break my pegs. This is crazy. And that one's about to come out. I think I got the next row loose. We'll find out in a minute. You know what I always say, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Or what the old people say. If it's not broke, don't fix it. So I probably should have just stuck to my looming pen. The other pen that I use instead of the looming pen. This will only work for maybe a 4 for me. I have to figure out how to control this more. I gotta figure this pen thing out. I'm trying to wrap it very wide, so maybe that will add some looseness to it. Instead of wrapping it very close to the peg, that should loosen it up some. Yeah. Sometimes I just gotta go with my gut. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Now I was able to loosen it up some by swinging the pen the way I did. It's still tight in some areas, but this is wild. Come on. I don't want to break that thing. This is ridiculous. Yeah, I'm not gonna keep doing this. I am not. I'm just gonna go in and cut this yarn, put a knot in it, and thread it through my other pen. I can't deal with this. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cut this off. I don't want to go through breaking a loom and having to rebuy one, for one thing. So I'm just gonna go ahead and cut this off. When I find my scissors, cut that off. Thread it through a normal pen. But I will use this to, I'm just not going to use the end of this pen to loom. But I did like this. I like this thing right here that came in a looming pen. So I'm going to hook that on there again and thread it down through here. And we're just going to go back to Old Faithful. if I can get the hook to stay on. That's gonna be a lot better. I'm just gonna leave enough yarn on here so I can just thread it through comfortably. So I'm gonna make my yarn strands long because I'm gonna just go through the project anyway. If I can get it to stay. It doesn't really want to stay, but hey, yes, no, I'm not making a blanket right now. I'm just making they want me to do a real short project real quick, so I'm gonna make a hat real quick. I don't know whether that was a good idea not to leave that yarn that long, but we just gonna roll with it. It's long in that area right there, but it should be loose. How you doing today? This still better than what I was doing at first, y'all. So this the technique that I'm using right now works better on a wide peg loom. I've never done this on a closer peg loom. So it's taking me a little bit to get used to it. That's good. But all the rest of my work should be loose from here on out after I've changed the pins out. Well, after this row, because this is the row from the looming pin. Ignore that. I'm going to thread that in, so I want that to be as long as it needs to be. This still is better than the looming pin, though. I know I'm having a little difficulty with it, but it's still better than the looming pin. That's the pace I'm used to. Awesome. Congratulations. I told you. Do you need me to show you that step now? Trust me, I know the feeling. It is. It is. Lord have mercy what you said. It'll probably work good on 4-weight. It's not gonna work good on 5-weight yarn. So that's what I'm using right now. So if you want to get it for a 4-weight, just do not intend to use it for a 5-weight. For me, I will not be using it for 5-weight. And if you're taking your pen and you're using a heavy weighted yarn, me taking the writing end off of the pen works better with a wider loom. So you might have to slow it down a little bit on here. Good. Oh, no problem at all. I'm so happy to see you trotting along. Cause that garter stitch is a beast. Uh-oh. I pulled off a stitch. It was too loose over here. I just have to hold this area down. Oh, so also this playlist that I'm playing is through Music Lover. So if you wanted to do like a YouTube live, which I'm not too excited about all the music that's on here. Um, you can, I think it's from the YouTube playlist that you can do commercial use on. I kind of like this song though. I'm gonna have to go in YouTube Music and find this one. No wonder I was confused earlier. The last row, I accidentally wrapped the first peg. But it'll be fine. So I'm not going back to redo it. Uh-oh. Don't come off. Oh, my husband went and got my part of my stuff for my electricity to be turned on. Hopefully soon in my shed. So there will be a lot less disturbances. God darn. When I get that done. I need to stop knocking this loop off of here. I think I accidentally forgot to put the loop back on this one. Yep. And I dropped this stitch. Let me put it back. Oh, there it goes. Hopefully I have enough of this to make a hat. It looks like I will. After last night debacle, that was crazy. That's why I never say. I try not to say how many loops I have left, but that was like real crazy. I'm trying to figure out why is my YouTube keep doing that. Yeah, that was real crazy. Like I that's the one I can't explain. Up to 2 o'clock in the morning, saying I was gonna get off at 1 o'clock, all because my rows just kept going on some yarn that I just thought was gonna be done with by 1 o'clock. Really about, and then by the second time I said it by 1:30. I might end up doing about 3 more rows on this brim, not making it very long, and then go ahead and do the rest of the head. So I don't want to spend like a whole lot of time. This is really giving me kind of a hard time though. My stitches are very inconsistent. And I am using a 5-way yarn too, so there's many factors playing into this hat. It's about to get ready and change some colors though. That's gonna be awesome. So this is where we are so far. It's rolling up on the bottom, but that's not really gonna matter. Because I'm putting a brim on it anyway. Yeah, I'll be on here to 4 o'clock. So y'all want to see anything, I could actually I probably could have turned this into a scrunchie. But I don't know my oh Lord, elastic stuff is right now. I have so much random craft stuff in here. I can't get that one to stay. I'm gonna have to hold them with my finger. I can't hold the thing up. There we go. So I'm gonna go back around 2 more times, then I'm gonna finish the top of the head. I'm not gonna make the brim very long because this is really just for a demonstration. Probably end up taking the project a loose anyway. You would think this wouldn't be taking me that long. I'm hungry. I'm gonna have to. I smell food cooking. That's really the reason why. Thank you guys so much again for hanging out with me, y'all. I really appreciate it. Oh, no problem at all. Okay, I'm gonna put this last row on here, and then I'm gonna bring up the bottom part to go ahead and make the brim. And that's just because I don't want to spend like a whole lot of time. I want to go ahead and see progress. Yeah, my attention span is short, so I need this to be showing me that I'm actually making a hat rather than just making something flat. There's the dog. He's outside. Oh, cool. I always wondered about that. I tried to ask someone else. I was like, how do you make a brim on an Addy? but they never responded. So, because I hardly ever see anybody make a brim on the Addy. Oh, okay, cool. Uh-oh. No, no, no. Let's go back on here. I almost thought I pulled it off again. Okay. So press all of these down. Okay. I think I know what a ribbon stitch is, but I'm not sure. I'm trying to get this back up through here. So if you ever really thought about how difficult it is to make anything with thicker weighted yarn on the Afghan loom, you sure getting a description right now. Getting your answer right now. Okay, so these are going to end up on the inside. I thought I was going to have to thread that yarn in. Let's put this, that's my slip knot. Gonna put this on here and make our brim. We're taking the very first pegs from the beginning and putting them back on. It's a little tight. Hopefully I get them all back in their correct positions. I'm gonna make sure this gets tucked away in here. All right, I hope you have a good rest of your day. And you're going to have work on your hand with your natural hair. The natural hair put some work in you. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out with me. Oh, them don't want to stay. Come on, let's stay on the peg. It's maybe because this one is sticking up the way it is. Let me see if I can do it without the thing again. Diesel is making his entrance on live. Ian made his entrance earlier. They will be featured on the replay. might as well put their name in the credits. Oh, I'm up. I'm a little short. What did I miss? I know I didn't miss a loop. I came up a little short, y'all. Or it looks like it anyway. Let's see what's going to happen. I don't understand how I came up short. Okay, somewhere I'm missing. I think this one is off. I think that one is off. I think that is where. Yeah. I think this one belongs here. This is my slip knot right here. Come on. Get on there. I should have known this was not going to be as easy as I thought it would. Come on. You belong here. Yes, you do. You belong. Okay. So, where did I mess up at? I'm missing a. I think that one goes here. I think what's going to happen is they look like they're in the right spot now, but I'm still going to end up one short. And I don't know where it goes. Or where it's missing it. I think I might have just, I don't know. Either way, I'm just going to work with it. Under normal circumstances, brims line up correctly. But for the sake of this video, mine is going to be fine without lining up all of them. Because I was only able to find one loop. One extra one. I don't know where the other one is. And I might can take it from there, but I'm just going to roll with it. Okay. I'm just gonna roll with it like that, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and make this brim. So I don't know where that's at. It's neither here or there, to be honest. As with any other stitches, you're gonna bring your bottom stitch over the top. I mean, yeah, that's what I meant. The stitch on the bottom should not be that tight because I used the pen. I meant the silver pen. Sorry about that, y'all. Sorry about that noise in the background. It's gonna be a really tight brim. This is what the yarn is getting ready to change to. This pretty floral color. I didn't grab all of that. Um, the reason why I don't have it on because this is a 5-way yarn. The yarn is thicker, so it's gonna pull tight anyway. So that's why I'm going through that struggle to get it on here. Cause the hole is smaller than the 5-way yarn. So I was just trying to make sure it wouldn't pull it tight. And the reason why it's tight right now is because the brim, I had started the brim with the looming pin. But yeah, so this is thicker than the end of the pin. Let me just pick out one. But that's gonna pull it kind of tight too. So that's why I'm going through all of that. Oh, yeah, I know, but like I really been through this hat by now. So it really is crazy. I'm used to working on wider peg looms. And that's probably what I should have did. Took this and just put it on a wider peg loom than this one. And it would have worked out just as fine. But I was trying to make sure it was on the Afghan loom. But it's still better than using my hands. Well, quicker is what I meant. God darn it. At the rate I just put that back on there, I don't even know if that was it's a little bit too loose. Yeah, mine's always too tight when I use my hands. Y'all don't understand the seriousness of me making sure I get my shed up and running. Everybody around here making too much random noise. This what I really need to do, but it's not gonna hurt it. Let me set this up on here. And now it's sliding everywhere. Set that up on there for a brace. So when I have to pull yarn over, it doesn't slide off. That's better. It's not really helping. I just should have used 4-way yarn to just either way it went. I thought this wouldn't give me such a hard time. Yay, we finally getting some color in here. That is some really thick yarn. I think that'll make it through that wrap. I think I figured it out on going to the right, but it's harder for me to do going to the left. Next time, maybe I need to use a straw. I don't know, because this is much like using a straw, though, so I don't know. And I'm wrapping the wrong way. That's why that felt awkward. Um, I can't use my hand on the round ones. I can use them on the long ones though. But I avoid that now too. I avoid doing anything with my hands unless I really have to. Have you gotten yours down to science when you do it on the when you wrap with your hands on the round one? I can't because my tension always is off. Yeah, and nothing came off that time. Maybe I'm slowly getting it. Oh, okay. Gotcha. And the only reason why I can only wrap, well, I'll say I take that back. Only figure 8 stitches, to be more precise. Figure 8 stitches are always going to end up loose. So it don't matter how much tension you put on your loom with the figure 8 stitches. It's always going to knit off loose. So those will be the only that's the only stitch I'm willing to like use my hand with because it don't matter anyway. I'm getting a little faster, y'all. Ah, okay. Part of me wished I would learn crocheting first, because maybe I would be further along in that than knitting. Like in knitting, I'm still kind of learning the basics. Well, y'all kind of getting a first hand of what not to do. Uh, I don't know if you would really want to do a 5 or 6 on this loom, but I've seen several people do it, and they do it really well. And maybe it's because they use their hand, so maybe you just should use your hand with it. I don't know. I don't understand what I'm doing right now that can make this go even better for me. And I definitely do not want to use my hand. I'm basically just gonna go through this yarn until it gets to the end of it, and then I'll make my hat. That's my really short brim, y'all, for this hat. So it's gonna be really short. I didn't want to really make it that long. Feel like I'm starting to speed up a little bit now. Wrapping the wrong way. Now, next time, if I do this again, I will not be I won't use 5-weight yarn anymore. I knew that was going to do that. And just hold it down with my finger. It still came off. Okay. I'm holding on to some good battery. Yeah, I could have. And the reason why I'm doing it on here is because they asked me to do a smaller project, and that's the only reason why I'm doing it on here. So I'm basically kind of trying to show that a hat can be done on here. So that's the only reason why I'm doing the hat on this loom. You can pretty much do anything on any loom. They're just a little. It's just a little bit more work in doing it on this loom because you don't have it already rounded and everything and together and closed off. Yeah, you really only need one, to be honest. I got about 16, but that's for more for convenience. I got about 7 looms and round ones, I think. It may be 9. 9 round looms. Now, if you were making something like baby booties, that's going to be a little difficult. For me, I actually felt like I needed to have like a baby booty loom for making like a baby sock. Because I didn't know how to quite make a flat panel with U-stitch and pearl stitch. So that's the reason why I went on ahead and got the baby kit. I think I could only find it in a kit, and I probably could have found it on the knitting board to avoid doing buying the kit for the baby loom and just bought the booty, but it don't bother me. I was looking for another KB loom anyway. I wanted another KB loom, just to be honest. So I didn't have to keep double E-stitching projects. I think what I'm going to do is one more row. This might be 1 or 2 more rows. And then I got to make sure I got enough for the brim. So I'm going to do 2 more rows to make sure I have enough for the brim. And then that's it. Then I'm going to put the head together. This head is going to be extremely small, but it's just really to make sure that you guys know you can do more than just blankets and scarves on this loom. Uh, um, I'm trying to loops and threads from Michaels for wider pegs. You can also get some wider pegs, circle ones, and long looms from Walmart. But I don't really like Walmart brand looms, so I get mine. I got mine from Loops and Threads from Michaels. They're better quality. Like the pegs aren't glued into the loom. It's actually a part of the loom. So I'm going to show y'all real quick what I'm talking about. So the pegs on this loom is actually a part of the loom. So it's kind of more sturdy and it's hard to break off. Versus these other Walmart pegs on here, they're glued in. So they're separate. They're a part, they're not a part of the loom itself. Uh-oh. So they're individually glued in here. And the Loops and Threads peg this Loops and Thread brand, it's actually part of the whole molding of the loom. So that's why I prefer these more. So if you're gonna get round looms, I highly recommend Michael's Loops and Threads brand. Yeah, no problem at all. I like them. It's just I have to use 5-weight and 6-weight yarn on it, and you get a lot of variety in 4. So that's my only issue, is having a lot of variety in 4, but you can only use it on certain looms. But if you use it on a wider peg loom, you got a double E-stitch, but you can only double on an E-stitch. I don't know how to double on any other stitches except for putting 2 strands of yarn through a pin or something and attempting it that way. The yarn that I'm using now, I can't remember, but I got this one from Walmart. I made a lot of other stuff with Loops and Threads yarn too, but I gave a lot of that stuff away for Christmas. All right, so this is my last row on this hat. Then I'm gonna get it off of here and go ahead and complete it. I need them to change that. Let me see if I can change that. I'm not finna. Okay, quit doing it. I don't know how long that was finna get ready to start making all them scratching and weird noises. I can deal with it with some extra beating behind it, but that was finna drive me nuts. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and cut this because this is where I'm stopping it when it comes to this. Um, which I can go a little bit longer, but I think we're at a pretty good length for me to stop it. Because I want to pull this off of here. Go ahead and pull it off. I'm going to make sure this is really long because I want y'all to see that it's a flat panel. So I'm going to make my my extra yarn really long. So I think that's about 2 feet. This is about 2 feet of yarn, but you don't have to make it this long. And then I'm going to thread it through my needle. And this is just so I can get this off of here. It's really not that difficult to thread any thick yarn into the plastic needles. So like you would do on your round looms, you are going to go in and get these off of here like you would on your round ones. But you're not going to pull it just yet. And that's why I made mine really long so I didn't have to pull it and it still be comfortably off the loom. It keeps on the hook on the back loom pegs. Let me go ahead and pull some more yarn through here. Nope, not that way. Where is the extra? Pull all the excess through here. I think that's good enough. So going behind the pegs would be easier. Uh-oh. I'm up here clipping and hitting the camera. This is going to be the top of our hat. I'm trying to take that all the way down through there. Trying to make sure this gets to all of it. Loop. I didn't get all of it. There you go. Problem solved. And kids in there watching YouTube. All right, so we got it all off of there. So like I told y'all, this is going to be a really short head. So I just wanted y'all to see that this is going to be a flat panel. Even though it's rolling up, it's going to be a flat panel. So the first thing you want to do before you gather all your loops is to basically close it up. So you're going to take these pieces right here and you're going to close it up with a crochet hook. I think I need to go over. Trying to remember which way do I need to go. I think this would be fine. Let's just keep going this way and then cross over this way. Come on. You're a little tight. And this is a little off right here. That loop right there was a little too loose. It's gonna, hold on. I might have got something off. It looks a little off. Let me pull that apart. Okay, let's try that again. trying to make sure I match up these stitches so that they end up I still think it's going to be a little off. And that's probably because I'm using like a thicker yarn. I don't know. But as you see, I'm not that good at yet at hiding a stitch creation. But this is like a rough form of it. See, it's already off. I got it off a little bit. And I'm still learning crocheting too, so it also doesn't really help me. Hopefully, it looks a little something that's a little tight right there. I'm still getting better at this. Let me try and do this. I think this will help out a lot too. Uh-oh. I'm gonna use the hook again to help. I think let me I'm trying to pull it a little bit tighter. Let's try that. Okay, so now I'm going to pull in my yarn from right here. My extra yarn that I was gonna that I'm casting off the head with. I think I'm pretty good. So then you're just gonna pull it like you would a normal hat. And there you go. Y'all see it? This is where I did the crochet in. It is a little off. So if you really wanted to, that would be how you go about creating your head on the loom. It would probably be more cleaner if I were to like maybe put like I don't know, but that's that. It's not too bad. I'm still learning on that. That's my first time making a hat on that loom, but it can be done. So you just got to put a little bit more work into it than you would a round loom. You just have to close it in. It's not it you can barely see that I connected it in there too, but so then like your hat, you would take it in. I went through a lot to get that hat done. Just because of the yarn and the looming pin. But like your other hats, you would take this in through the middle part. I need to pull that a little bit tighter. Take it in through the middle part. Turn it inside out. And close in your hole as much as you can. This would be a little cute play doll hat. I use 32 pegs to make this one. So what to make sure that you use the right amount of pegs, what I would do is go online, and if you search how many pegs to make an adult size hat, a children's size hat, websites will pull up how many pegs that you need to make a size of a hat, and they'll tell you how many rows to do too. So that's how I figured that out. But I just was guessing on this one. Well, I counted this one. And then I did it on there. But y'all, thanks so much for tuning in. I will be back later on tonight. I gotta go eat something. I am hungry. My stomach been growling. But I will see you guys later on tonight. And I will be continuously trying to get that children's blanket off of that loom. And then I could possibly, if I decide to, just go ahead and start the baby one tonight, because I got the rest of my yarn from Joann's today in the mail. But we hungry. We gotta go eat something. But thank you guys so much for tuning in. I really appreciate y'all. This will be available for replay. I'm glad whoever replays it can skip through a lot of it. But thank y'all so much. I will see y'all later on tonight. I hope y'all have a good rest of your day. And I'm going to get off of here and try not to eat a big plate of food. Thank you, Q Love. All right, Moesha, thank you too. All right, y'all, I'm gone.